Amsterdam, known for its artistic heritage, elaborate canal system and narrow houses with faded facades, the legacies of the city's 17th century golden age. Its museum district houses the famous Van Gogh Museum, but here it welcomes the best riders of the world of show jumping and of course dressage to Jumping Amsterdam. Hello and a very warm welcome to the FEI World Cup Dressage here in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. The FEI World Cup is the most prestigious individual competition in the international dressage calendar, a truly global series that started in 1985 and that covers 4 leagues across the world, including the Pacific, North American, Central European and the Western European League. But we welcome you to this leg 8 here in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. So here you can see the standings for the finals so far. Isabell Werth out in the lead with 60 points. She will be joining us in the arena today. Borja Carrascosa there for Spain in 4th. He'll also be coming forward. Dinja van Liere further down. Ingrid Klimke there in 12th. Isabel Freeze picked up lots of points as well. Hans-Peter Minderhoud, he's first into the arena, sitting in 15th at the moment, as well as Marieke van der Putten in equal 16th. Leg 8 of 11, so still plenty to look forward to for the rest of the season. The best 9 athlete and horse combinations from the Western European League will qualify for the final, which is being held in Basel, Switzerland in April this year. The riders have 11 chances of qualifying in 9 countries over 6 months. We have a fabulous lineup of 18 horse and rider combinations coming forward for today's Grand Prix. And here are our judges: E. Mariette Sanders van Ganswinkel from the Netherlands, Hans Vos at H for Switzerland. Denmark's Kurt Christensen is a president at C, Clive Housel from Great Britain at M, and Janine van Twist from the Netherlands is at B. So a full house of 18 horse and rider combinations, 15 of which will go forward for tomorrow's freestyle. So make sure you join us tomorrow for all of the freestyle music action. You can catch all of the action here on FEI TV. And here are our start list. Hans-Peter Minderhoud is first in. Francesco Zaza next, our sole representative of Italy. Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald, Isabel Cool, Jorinde Verwimp, Thamar Zweistra. We then take a break. And as you can see, the rankings get higher the further down you go. Isabel Werth currently the top of the standings. She's coming in 15th. Charlotte Fry in 16th. Becky Moody. And then Ingrid Klimke last in with Veyron. And already our first combination into the arena. And is one for the home nation of the Netherlands. Hans-Peter Minderhoud and Glocks Tamaniau, a 10-year-old Hanoverian stallion, by Glocks Toto Jr., a very new partnership at this level. This is only their 3rd international together. They started in Kronenberg CDI 3-star in November last year, finishing 4th in the Grand Prix there with 71.06 and 3rd in the Special with 71.8. They then headed to the Mechlin qualifier, where they finished 12th in the Grand Prix with 68.3 and 14th in their first ever freestyle with 72.9. This is Hans-Peter's 4th qualifier after competing Glocks Toto Jr., this horse's sire, in Lyon and the London International Horse Show, with a 4th in Lyon with just over 80% in the freestyle and 6th in London with 78.9, picking up some valuable points, which is seeing him in 15th in the standings at the moment. Hans-Peter is a 4-time Olympian, a 3rd-time World Equestrian Games rider. He's been to 7 World Cup finals and was the winner there in 2016. He's been to 6 European Championships, won 3 gold medals, 3 silvers and 3 bronzes. So, first to go and into this arena here for leg 8 in Amsterdam. Hans-Peter Minderhoud for the Netherlands, riding Glocks Tamaniau. well ridden into the arena there. It's quite a big atmosphere here in Amsterdam. It's a big arena. There's a lot going on. And we have to remember it's this horse's third ever time in an international environment. He's just looking a little bit around him. Hans-Peter doing a really good job of trying to keep his focus, setting him up for the half pass nicely. Could do with a little bit more relaxation, but we know that. And hopefully as the test goes on, he'll grow in confidence and just be able to relax a little bit more. A lovely square halt there at sea. Could have just maintained that for a little longer. Yeah, you can already see this horse is starting to take a breath and really show off how talented he is. Keep that activity coming from the hind leg, keep the regularity in the passage. Really lovely there in the frame. Yeah, you can see he has a really natural talent for the piaffe passage work. I think as this horse progresses, Hans-Peter will be able to ask for even more sitting through the piaffe. Super walk, just a bit unsteady there in the contact. Just like to see him be able to take that stretch out a little more. And see him just curling up slightly. But really good in the walk steps. Keeping the activity, keeping the walk rhythm, which is so important. Both the extended walk and the collective walk are both double coefficients. So if you can get some good marks, it really helps with the overall score. Needs to watch the regularity there in the transition up into the passage. Much better there coming into the piaffe. Oh, that was a shame. Just a little bit of tension with the blowing. Just lost its fluency slightly. Lovely transition up into the canter. This horse really nice and attentive to his rider. Staying in a really lovely frame so far. Nice big changes, really covering the ground. Hans-Peter is so good at really showing those transitions in these tests, especially in the extended canter. Takes a good risk. Sometimes just needs to watch the balance, but again, this is only a 10-year-old horse. So as he builds in strength and confidence, that will come, and you can see that there's just a little bit of tail swishing going on, but it's only really happening when he's being asked something. So you could really see in the two-time changes, and here again in the canter zigzag, you know, each time Hans-Peter's asking it something of him, has a little tail swish. And again, you know, that's just going to come with confidence as he builds to get to know this Grand Prix test a little bit better and become a little bit more relaxed with it all. But it takes these moments of learning and education to be able to get to that point. It doesn't happen overnight, unfortunately. It's patience and practice. And this is only this combination's third ever international together. So I think they've done exceptionally well so far. A very neat pirouette. Very, very well centered. You could just see him there looking for a little bit more balance, just dropping the contact slightly and coming a little onto the forehand there in the second canter pirouette to the right. This horse has really, really grown in confidence through this test, which is so lovely to see. He's maintained a lovely frame, keeping that pole up through the majority of the test, keeping that lift and that uphill tendency. Just looked like he was losing a bit of straightness there in that final piaffe. It looked like he was drifting slightly out to the right. Hans-Peter really, really showing his experience through the entirety of that test and giving this horse such a lovely, good, clear round. You can see, as I've said before, how much confidence they've grown through that Grand Prix test, and it's really lovely to see. He's able to walk out on a loose rein. Some lovely, lovely work. This horse clearly very talented, just like his father, Glocks Toto Jr. Some lovely work in the piaffe passage today. Hans-Peter really showing his experience through that test. And I think as this horse gets stronger, he'll be able to be in slightly better balance at times. He has so much ability. And I think Hans-Peter will be able to just ask for that little bit more collection as he gets stronger. It is a score of 72.565, which is a combination best for this pair. Score's really consistent there, ranging from 71.9 up to 73.261. Now we move on to Italy, and it is the turn of Francesco Zaza and High Hopes W, a 13-year-old KWPN stallion by Winton. A relatively new partnership. This is only their 6th international together and first ever World Cup. Their last time in the White Walls was in September last year in the Onago CBI 3-star, where they finished 8th in the Grand Prix with 65.848 and 11th in the 3-star with 66.8. They're very consistently scoring in the mid to high 60s in the Grand Prix and have only ever done 2 3-stars in the past, with 72.9 being their PB. Francisco has represented Italy in both dressage and eventing, including the Tokyo Games in dressage, where he finished 43rd with Whispering Romance. Previously to that, he competed at 5 eventing European Championships. So Francesco Zaza for Italy, riding High Hopes W. Just showing a little bit of tension as they start the test. You can see the horse has his mouth open through the extended trot there. As I said with the previous combination, it's such a big atmosphere here in Amsterdam. Probably one of the biggest in the whole of the World Cup circuit. You can really see him there holding over the back. Francesco trying to just soften as much as he can and get the horse to take a breath and relax. Again, just a bit too much tension there through the Holt rein back. He dropped the pole and needed to show slightly clearer diagonals. Yeah, well done to Francesco there for managing to get some piaffe steps nicely on the spot. Again, needs to just think about the contact, but that is coming from the tension. Hopefully this walk will help. I think when the horses are feeling quite tense, the walk can either really help or actually make things 10 times worse. And actually, I think this is a horse that is able to take that relaxation in the walk. And let's hope he can keep that through this collection. And as he picks back up into the piaffe passage, he's able to show a clear rhythm in the walk. Nice transition back up into the passage. I'm not sure there was quite enough steps there. They have to show between 12 to 15. Nice big changes, really covering the ground and riding them nicely forward. It really is the contact that is going to be affecting the scores in this test. That's better. Just really struggling to get that suppleness because of the tension. It does seem to be getting better though in this canter work. Just using a little bit of balance there in the final change. Yeah, good changes, fairly straight. All very correct. Yeah, very well managed through the canter pirouette. Again, needs to be more through, so the horse is able to accept the bend and be more supple over the back. But they're neat. They're well centered. Oh, that's a shame. Just lost the balance and fell out of the canter, coming out of the canter pirouette. So now the final center line. The contact's improved so much since they started at the beginning. The horse definitely has relaxed somewhat, not as much as we would like to see for the bigger marks, and that is clearly represented in this test and in the percentage that the judges seem to be giving. but some nice work. They seem like a really good partnership, and Francesco is able to try and give this horse as much confidence in those whiteboards as possible. There you can see at the beginning just how tight he was over the back at the beginning of the test, and it did definitely relax as the test went on. As I said, not as much as we would like to have seen. It didn't offer the suppleness and the balance that we would want for the 7s and the 8s. But there were some nice parts. It was really the contact that pulled them down today, with the mouth visibly open and the tongue out a few times. 65.305. Marks ranging from 62.935 up to 67.283. So that puts Francesco into second place at the moment. You can see a fairly full crowd here in Amsterdam. A really passionate crowd, and don't forget you can actually judge along with our expert panel of judges by downloading the Spectator Judging app. Next up is Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Don Olimbrio, 17-year-old KWPN stallion by Jazz. Nanna, of course, is no stranger to the World Cup circuit. She rode this horse at the finals last year, finishing third in the Grand Prix with 72.4 and finished a close second in the freestyle with 81.4 with their new Spider-Man music. Since then, they competed in Rotterdam CDIO 5-Star Nations Cup, finishing 6th in the Grand Prix with 73.6 and winning the special with 75.9. This is Nanna's second qualifier this season. She completed Blue Horse Zepter in Herning for 3rd in the Grand Prix and 7th in the freestyle. She then went to London with Blue Horse Saint Choufreau for 5th in the Grand Prix and freestyle with scores up to 79.9. Nanna, of course, helped Denmark win Team Silver at last year's Olympic Games in Paris and finished in the top 9 each day individually, as well as helping towards Team Gold in the 2022 World Championships in Herning. She won her first individual medal at the Europeans in 2023, gaining a silver in the special with Blue Horse Zepter. So for Denmark now, it is Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Don Olimbrio. Judges would just like to see more immobility. They slightly lost the balance into the hold, so just kind of stumbled into it slightly. But a nice move off and beautifully uphill into the extended trot. Nanna doing a good job of trying to keep that nose out and in front of her. Nice crossing there in the half pass. Good in the bend. You can see his tendency is to just drop the pole slightly at times, and Nanna just trying to get that in front of her and get that acceptance of the bend and the contact. A lovely square halt at sea. Some nice steps in the extended trot. For the bigger marks, so she's got 7s and 7.5s. For the 8, you'd want to see a little bit more over track and more lengthening of the frame. And there in the PF, you can really see his ability to sit, but definitely needed a little more balance there. just lost a bit of the fluency through the piaffe, but a lovely transition back up into the passage and super relaxation here in the walk. Again, the same as the extended trot, you'd like to see a little bit more over track, but super relaxation, and the horse is really able to take that contact down and out, take that stretch. Such an active little horse. Yeah, slightly better balance this time. .5s and an 8 for the piaffe. She comes up to the canter, really able to keep that uphill tendency throughout the test. It's like a little bouncy ball. So much energy, really able to keep that collection. Oh, that change was just a little bit together behind in the middle there, just one. Clear difference shown in the extended canter. Taking good risk, good ground cover there. Nanna really uses every single corner to set this horse up beautifully for the next movement. And these movements come so thick and fast in this Grand Prix. You know, when these riders make it look easy, it's really not. It just means that they're doing a very, very good job indeed. Just shown a little bit more sideways in the half passes and the zigzag on the centre line. Really see Nanna take that half halt as she came into the canter pirouette, giving him the best possible chance to keep the balance through the canter pirouette to the left, and that was rewarded with 3 8s and an 8.5 and a 7.5. He keeps the jump. They are beautifully well centered. 4 8s and a 7.5 for the second pirouette. Keeping rhythm nicely in the passage. Well corrected from Nanna. Just be a little bit softer over the back there to keep the fluency in the piaffe at X. And a super halt to finish for Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald and Blue Horse Don Limbrio. Their combination best 75.5, looking to be just slightly under that today, but I think they will have done enough to take an early lead. But still, 18 combinations coming forward in this Grand Prix, so it really is all to play for. The highest ranked riders coming at the end of this class. sorry, I should say the highest ranked combinations coming at the end of this class. A lovely test from this pair. So established, lots to like, and as I said, Nanna always presents a test so beautifully. She really prepares the horse well for each movement, doesn't throw any marks away, and that was really, really evident in those canter pirouettes, which really paid off with lots of 8s from the judges. Could sometimes just be a little bit more supple over the back and have better balance in the Piaffe today. But it is a score of 74.37%, which is enough for her to take the lead. Scores ranging from 72.609 up to 75.652. Now we move on to a combination from Belgium. It is Isabel Cool and her Chemure Cool horses, a 12-year-old gelding by Chemure. This pair made their Grand Prix debut back in 2023 and have been very consistent ever since. This is their third World Cup qualifier after starting in both Stuttgart and Mechlin. In Stuttgart, they finished 11th in the Grand Prix with 68.2 and 13th in the freestyle with 73.4. Then in Mechlin, on home ground, they finished 11th in the freestyle with another 68.4. Sorry, 11th in the Grand Prix with another 68.4 and 15th in the freestyle with 71.9. Isabel represented Belgium at the 2018 World Equestrian Games and the 2019 European Championships. Has big ambitions to represent Belgium one day at an Olympic Games. So for Belgium now, Isabel Cool and her Chemure Cool horses. Lovely move off, just slightly lost the balance and horse stepped back in that first halt. Some nice steps though through the extended trot, beautifully forward, and this horse does not seem phased at all by its environment. Really nice and supple into the half pass, taking and accepting the bend beautifully. Nice crossing, really fluent through these half passes. Could just have a little bit more self-carriage there. Again, nice steps there, tracking up beautifully in the extended trot. Just needs to make sure that the horse isn't slightly leaning on the bit at times. Could just be a little bit more carrying with the hind legs. Yeah, fairly nice in the Piaffe. For the bigger marks, you could maybe just see a little more lift there, but it was fairly well on the spot. 7s pretty much across the board, 1.6.5. Really lovely in the contact, great stretching through the extended walk, just losing a bit of that activity and that march through the walk. Just looking slightly tentative, and it makes the rhythm slightly fragile, especially here in the collected walk. Better. It was just on the pickup. Yeah, just looking a little bit fragile. I think if she could have a little more activity, a bit more marching through the walk, that would definitely help. Yeah, so the piaffe itself is good. It's correct. It's in diagonal pairs. It just really could do with the hind legs coming more underneath, so the horse is really able to lower the haunches and sit more, and that would just help the transitions a little more to become more fluent. Big tempi 2-time changes, using that whole diagonal line. Really nice there. And again, clear transitions in the extended canter, again showing lots of ground cover. Looking really nice and fluent through this canter zigzag, clear bend, clear sideways steps. And again, good into the ones, really correct. Looks pretty straight from where I am. Just at times in this canter, the horse slightly opens its mouth, so it'll be interesting to see if the judges pick up on that. Keeping the jump through the canter pirouette well. Could have just been a little bit more centered. So their combination best score for the Grand Prix is 70.2. So they're just a tiny bit below that at the moment. If they can get a lovely final centre line, they could be very close to a combination best. Yeah, better there. Yeah, sitting much better there. Again, could be more fluent in the transition. And a lovely square halt to finish for Isabel Cool and her Thamar Cool horses, representing Belgium today. Some lovely work. Really impressed by how relaxed this horse is in this big environment. Really lovely that Isabel manages to keep that suppleness throughout the test. Huge changes this horse has. At times could just develop a little bit more self-carriage, but great energy through the test. Beautiful changes. They were a real highlight for this pair. So it is a 69.261 and she goes into third place. Super consistent from our judges. Scores ranging from 67.065 up to 70.435. Three judges pretty much all on the same mark of 69. So we're staying with Belgium for the next combination. It is Jorinde Verwimp. She is riding Sharma, a 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding. Same sire as our previous horse, Chéret. This is Jorinde and Sharma's second World Cup qualifier so far this season. They competed in Mechlin Finished 14th in the Grand Prix there with 67.6 and 12th in the freestyle with 74.3. Previous to that, they were in Kronenberg for the CDI 3-star, finishing 15th in a very strong Grand Prix class with 68.1 and 10th in the freestyle with 71.1. Jorinde came up through the youth classes and competed at the 2014 Young Rider Europeans, winning an individual bronze, even though she had a broken toe from her horse that trod on her the day of competition. She also took Thamar to the Senior Europeans in 2015 and 2017, as well as the Rio Olympics, finishing in the top 35. So for Belgium, Jorinde Verwimp and Thamar. Pretty fluent there on the first centre line. Just could have balanced a little bit more coming round that corner at H into the extended trot. Balance just going a little bit onto the forehand. Yeah, nice crossing through the half pass. I'd just like to see a bit more suppleness, and you can see that on the corners, as I said, as she came into the extended trot and before she came into the half pass. Just like to see more suppleness over the back and through the body to really enable that bend and to keep the balance a little better. So they had a little issue in the transition into the passage, just needed a clearer transition. The piaffe itself, again, needed slightly clearer steps. The balance slightly today is just a bit too much on the shoulder, and if she could get him a little bit softer over the back, I think that would just help her, and if she could ride the corners a little bit more and get that bend through the rib cage, that would really, really help her prepare for the next movement and get that suppleness and the softness needed. So you can see that the haunches are not really lowering in the piaffe. The horse definitely needs to sit much more through the piaffe to really help her, and then find the fluency in those transitions. Some big changes, but again, needs to be in better balance. Yeah, better preparation around that corner there. struggling through the canter zigzag with the balance again. And the balance goes hand in hand with the suppleness. So really needing to take the half halt, set up the canter pirouette, ask for that bend. Yeah, good. Yeah, a real highlight for this combination. I think that shows that the horse is definitely capable of taking the weight through the hind leg to be able to get round those lovely canter pirouettes in the uphill frame and the uphill tendency, keeping the jump, keeping the bend, keeping the rhythm. So there's definitely more to come from them if they can just maintain that balance through the rest of the test. Yeah, better. Much better. A little bit of swaying, but you could see that the horse was definitely sitting more in the piaffe there and was able to carry a little bit more weight behind. Jorinde Verwimp and Charmer for Belgium. Be interesting. I'm not sure if she will have done enough to get into the top 15 for the freestyle tomorrow. But from seeing this test, I would definitely, if I was her, be putting the canter at the beginning of the freestyle, because the piaffe passage was so much better after they had the canter. And I think it just enabled this horse to get a little bit more on the hind leg. Real highlights in the canter pirouettes today. Some really nice, promising parts of the test. But overall, the balance was just a bit too much on the forehand and could just do with more balance and more suppleness, which, as we all know, go hand in hand together. It is a score of 68.109 going into fourth place. Scores ranging from 67.609 up to 69.239. One combination left to go, and then we will be taking a short break. It is another rider for the Netherlands. Get a little glimpse of the warm-up there behind the scenes, which is open to spectators. A really big buzzy atmosphere here in Amsterdam. So much going on. The shopping literally surrounds the warm-up area. So next in, it is Thamar Zweistra and Hexagon's Ik Weiss, an 11-year-old by Hexagon's Rubenqual, a stallion. A familiar face on the World Cup circuit and a combination that have made it to the past 3 World Cup finals. This season they competed in leg 1 in Herning, finishing 13th in the Grand Prix with 68.3 and 13th in the freestyle with 75%. They also competed in the Central European Leagues Budapest back in September, finishing 3rd in the Grand Prix with 70.3 and 2nd in the freestyle with 75.1. This combination also competed at the 2023 European Championships with very consistent scores of just over 72% in both the Grand Prix for 20th and 22nd in the special. Thamar Zweistra now for the Netherlands, riding Hexagon's Ik Weiss. not quite square going into that first halt, but a good prompt move off. Nicely tracking up in the extension. Needs to be sure it doesn't get a little hurried. Lots of crossing there. Unfortunately, though, just a bit of a head tilt. Lovely immobility. Thamar really taking her time to establish the halt. Just needed clearer diagonal steps in the rein back. Better there in the contact in the extension. Just extend the frame a little bit more. This horse has such a clear talent for the Piaffe, is really able to stay nicely on the spot. 7s and 7.5s. Just needed to keep that suppleness over the back in the transitions and the passage. Nice and active in the walk, very clear in the rhythm. Taking a nice stretch down, could just take that nose out a little more. Keeping really good in the rhythm in the Piaffe. Just getting a little bit short in the neck though. Want to keep that pole at the highest point, keep that self-carriage. Good in the two-time changes, really clear, well placed on the diagonal, nice and uphill. Another one that takes a clear risk through the extended canter, and today is no different. Just needs to watch the balance there at the beginning of the half passes. Yeah, just sometimes coming again onto the forehand slightly better there. Lovely half halt as she prepares for those one times. Nice and uphill. Lovely and forward and ground covering. Really well placed. Yeah, nice through the canter pirouette as well. Well centered. just be a little bit softer over the back here down this final centre line. And a good halt to finish for Thamar Zweistra and Hexagon's Igwijs, representing the Netherlands. A combination that have been to the last 3 World Cup finals. Can they make it a 4th this year? Some nice work through the test today. Good through both lines of tempi changes and the canter pirouettes today. I would have just liked to have seen a bit more self-carriage from this combination. A really expressive horse, but at times just couldn't stay consistent. Looked a little bit strong in the hand and lost the self-carriage at times through the test, but a very willing horse, nice and forward with lots of activity. It is a 69.739, and that goes into 3rd place there for Thamar Zweistra and Hexagon's Igwijs. Scores ranging from 68.696 up to 70.761. So we head into our first break. 18 combinations coming forward, so the class split into 3 with 6 combinations coming forward, then a break, then another 6, then another break before we get into the top ranked riders in this class. So we will be coming back in around 15-20 minutes time. It'll be 12:05, 11:05 if you're watching in the UK. And here are the current standings so far. Nanna Skodborg Merrald out in the lead with 74.37. Hans-Peter Minderhoud for the Netherlands in second with 72.565. And Thamar Zweistra and Hexagon's Igwijs on 69.735. They're the top 3 to beat at the moment. Join us back in just a few moments' time for the second half of this Leg 8 World Cup qualifier here for the Western European League in Amsterdam. Welcome back to part 2 of this leg 8 here in Amsterdam for the Western European League World Cup qualifiers. 6 riders coming forward for this second half. We've had a fantastic 6 combinations already go this morning. Don't forget you can judge along with our expert panel of judges by downloading the Spectator Judging app. You can do that in the audience or sitting from the comfort of your own home. Here are the standings so far. Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald out in the lead for Denmark with Blue Horse Adonna Limbrio 74.37. Hans-Peter Minderhoud in second for the Netherlands 72.565 and Thamar Zweistra in third with 69. This are the remaining starters. Patrik Kittel up first, Dinja van Liere, Borja Carrascosa, Marieke van der Putten. Then as you get further down the line, we have our highest ranked riders coming in the final section. Patrik Kittel now into the arena with Forever Young HRH, a 13-year-old Westphalian mare by First Fugger. Patrik is a regular on the World Cup circuit and won the World Cup finals last year with touchdown in his 9th finals. He was third in the Western European League standings last year, having competed in 6 qualifiers with 3 different horses with plenty of podium finishes. This pair are such an established combination, but this is their first World Cup appearance since Neumünster last year. It is for Sweden, Patrik Kittel and Forever Young HRH. They competed in Hagen CDI 4-star in September last year to finish second in the Grand Prix with 73% and went on to win the freestyle with 79.3. They then had a double 4th at the Stockholm CDI 5-star in December with 73.9 in the Grand Prix and 82.06 in the freestyle. This is Patrik's 3rd World Cup qualifier after he competed Zolmeet in Herning for leg 1, where they finished 11th, and touchdown in Lyon, where they were 2nd with 81.9 in the freestyle. Patrik, of course, being our current World Cup finalist, he gets an automatic place to the finals this year. He just has to compete in 2 qualifiers, which, as we know, he has now done. So he will have secured his place at the finals this year. Starting nicely through this test. Such a lovely light-footed mare. Really nice in the frame there through the extended trot. Maybe just if she shown a little bit more tracking up. Sevens across the board for the PF. Interesting to see it from the 2 camera views actually, because from the side it looked pretty nice. From the front you could see she was a little bit wide. That will get picked up a little bit more when he's down the other end of the arena, and especially in the final piaffe on the centre line. Lovely relaxation in the walk. Really super quality walk steps. Just to keep that relaxation here through the collected walk. You can see a little bit of travelling there through the piaffe. but kept the regularity nicely. I'd like to definitely see a bit more sitting and a bit more on the spot for the bigger marks. Still picked up 6.5s, 2 7.5s and a 7. Really lovely harmony between these two. She stays in a really nice frame. Looks easy to the contact. Nice big forward changes. Good with the ground cover. And Patrik really able to take good risks through the extended canter. Could have been a little bit more uphill for the bigger marks. Lovely half halt for the flying change there at the end. Lovely and fluent through the zigzag. Can really see good bending, good suppleness. Oh, what a pity. Well corrected from Patrik. But that was a real shame there. 4s across the board. Lovely to see such a good correction though. Didn't get flustered. Really well centered through the canter pirouette. This mare looks super happy with her work. She really is listening to her rider. I can see her ears. Great energy here in the passage. Really nice regularity. 8s for that passage at the beginning. Just lost a bit of activity. You could see that Patrik was really wanting to get that piaffe more on the spot, and just the second step, I think she was thinking slightly into the halt rather than the piaffe. But he was so quick to correct that mistake. Patrik Kittel and Forever Young, HRH. A lovely test from this combination. A real pity about that mistake in the one-time changes. Really pulling their mark down, but still, he's going to break into the 70%. We know he can achieve so much more, but a really lovely test, as I said. Great harmony between the two, obviously, apart from that one line. The mare stayed in a lovely frame throughout, was really nice and soft. At times could have been more uphill for the bigger marks, but beautifully balanced through the test. Really nice and fluent. Lots and lots to like. Just, as I said, such a shame about those changes. But a crowd favourite for sure. 71.717 and into third place. Scores ranging from 70.543 up to 73.587. Now we move on to a rider from the Netherlands, Dinja van Liere and Hartsuka. 13-year-old KWPN gelding by Johnson. This pair have already been out as part of the Western European League after competing in Lyon, where they finished 5th in the Grand Prix with 73.2 and 6th in the freestyle with 77.4. They then headed to London, where they finished 6th in the Grand Prix with 72.5 and had a podium finish in the freestyle with 3rd on 80.2. They also finished on the podium in Kronenberg CDI 3-star, where they came third in the Grand Prix with 74.3 and second in the special with 74. Dinja, of course, was a rider from last year's Olympics, riding her other Grand Prix horse, Hermes. They finished 6th in both the Grand Prix and special with over 77% and jumped to 4th in the freestyle with just over 88. She also competed with Hermes at the World Championships in 2022, winning double individual and team bronze. For the Netherlands, Dinja van Liere and Hatsuka. That was a shame. She was just unable to square that halt. It was very, very out behind. This horse is a real powerhouse. You can see their great ability to really overtrack in the extended trot. Could maybe just have lengthened the frame a slight bit more through that line. Good fluency through the half passes, really nice positioning. This horse is beautifully uphill. She just needs to think about the self-carriage today. A better halt this time. Just dropping the pole slightly there in the rein back. Again, would like to see a bit more self-carriage. Lovely rhythm through the passage. And keeping the energy through the piaffe. Nice there in the walk, really marching. Tracking up, taking a good stretch. Really good quality walk. A little bit of tension there in the transition up to the passage. Could have maintained a bit more fluency through that. Yeah, slightly better self-carriage. You could see Dinja offering the hand forward there in the piaffe. Would just like to see a little bit more suppleness through the piaffe. And that would just help the fluency in those transitions as well. But better self-carriage this time, for sure. Beautiful line of 2-time changes, 8s across the board. Really well placed, really well prepared from Dinja. And lovely there, taking good risk in the extended canter. Good risk in the extended canter. Now needs to think about the self-carriage and the suppleness to the bend here in this canter zigzag. Nice steps, really nice sideways. Good balance. Oh, that was commentator's curse, wasn't it? Again, another one with mistakes in the one-time changes, and they had that slight interruption there, and you could just see him coming a little bit tighter over the back just before that mistake crept in. If he was carrying himself a little bit more, it may have helped. Good in the canter pirouette, better in the second half, just got a little bit neater. Better, yes, keeping the jump. Lovely there in the frame. Yeah, much better in the frame there in the extended trot. She's really able to lengthen the frame as well as the stride length, keep the pole up. Really, really nice. Much better self-carriage. Nice sitting. Yeah. More fluent transitions as well. Yeah, 8s across the board from the judges for the transitions. It's lovely when you see this type of progression through a test. And a super square halt to finish. Yeah, it's great to see that sort of progression through a test. You know, it started slightly unbalanced, needing a bit more self-carriage, and that really came on as the test went on. The second and third Piaf improved so much from the first. Big pats there for Hardzuka. He really grew in confidence through that test, and that is real testament to the rider. A lot to like from this combination. They just keep getting better and better. A real shame about that mistake in the one-time changes. But this horse has such great ability and lovely partnership to watch. The score is 73.652. They go into second place at the moment, Dinja van Liere and Hardzuka. Scores ranging from 72.5 up to 74.457. A combination from Spain now, Borja Carrascosa and Fitzatino. 10-year-old Hanoverian stallion by Finest, a rider that we enjoyed seeing at the finals in Riyadh earlier last year. He finished 8th in the Grand Prix with 70.06 and 10th in the freestyle with 73 with his other ride, Sir Hubert NRW. Borja competed this horse in the Paris Olympics last year, finishing 28th with 70.8 in the Grand Prix. They then headed to Stuttgart, picking up some points from the freestyle, finishing 7th with just over 75%. And again, just after Christmas in Mechlin, they finished 5th in the Grand Prix with 75.4 and gained their personal best in the freestyle with 76.9. He's also competed as other rides, Sir Hubert NRW, in the Central European League's Lerma and the Western European League's London International Horse Show, as well as Basel, where they've been super consistent and picked up lots of points for the standings, putting Borja in 4th place at the moment. Borja Carrascosa and Fritzatino FRH for Spain. Oh, that was a bit of a pity there. Was unable to really establish that halt. Yeah, starting on 51%, but they can definitely claw back some marks. This horse has a lot of expression. Beautifully supple, really nice there to the bend in the half pass. Good positioning, good crossing. Yeah, nicely done in the halt. We are really taking his time before asking for the rein back to make that correction from the first halt. Unfortunately, the steps were a little bit on the hand and slightly dragging in the rein back. Keep that regularity. Just got a little bit tense in the Piaffe. Steps weren't 100% clear because he just tightened over the back slightly. But still, a young horse at this level. There's plenty more to come from them. I'd just like to see a bit more relaxation in the walk here. Big ground covering tempo changes. Needs to be sure that they keep straightness in that line. Yeah, nicely done. Kept the uphill tendency, showed good extension. Again, as they get stronger, be able to take even more risk in that. Yeah, and some nice sideways steps. Generally could just be a little bit more through the body in the changes, just to have a little bit more suppleness for the bigger marks. Again, issues in the 1x there, but well corrected from Borja. Beautiful preparation, really well ridden there into the canter pirouette. Keep the jump. Need to keep that jump in the canter coming round this canter pirouette. Makes them nice and neat and well centered. Needs to keep that jump coming from the hind leg. Nice transition into the piaffe. You can see that this is still fairly early days for this combination, but my goodness, how much promise does this horse have? A really willing horse and a beautiful square halt to finish there for Borja Carrascosa and Fritzantino FRH. A lovely stallion, just 10 years old, already competed at the Olympic Games. So much more to come from this pair, just as they can develop a little bit more strength in this Grand Prix work. You can see that everything is there. It's just piecing the bits together in slightly better balance and keeping that fluency from one movement to the next. But this horse has so much expression, could just be a little bit softer and more supple over the back. And again, that's just the linking these things together. You know, at home, when you have the space and the time to be able to make those corrections, everything just feels so much easier. But you put these horse and rider combinations into these big atmospheres at shows with the pressure, mistakes obviously creep in. 69.978% into 5th place. Very consistent from our judges. Scores ranging from 69.348 up to 70.761. Halfway through part 2, 3 left to go. Marieke van der Putten for the Netherlands in next, with Torvaletten's Titanium RS2 NOP, 13-year-old Danish form blood gelding by Totalis. Regulars on the World Cup circuit, this is their second competition in the Western European League after competing in Wroclaw in October as part of the Central European League. They picked up some valuable points there, winning the Grand Prix with 71.2 and coming second in the freestyle with 78.2. They then headed to London in December, finishing 10th in the Grand Prix with 70.6 and 7th in the freestyle with 77.6. Earlier last year, they made it to the top 10 at the prestigious CDIO 5-star in Aachen in July, coming 6th in the special and 9th in the freestyle. They competed together as part of the Dutch team at the World Championships in 2022, finishing 31st in the Grand Prix, narrowly missing out on qualifying through to the special. So for the Netherlands, Marieke van der Putten and Torvaletten's Titanium RS2 NOP. Again, couldn't quite get the balance into that first and show the immobility. Just stumbling there in the extended trot. Some nice sideways steps. Just needs to be careful of a little head tilt there creeping in. A bit of miscommunication. Marieke just asking for a halt, but Titanium just asking, well, giving the answer of a piaffe. Very, very expensive. Mistakes so far, unfortunately, meaning that they're sitting on 61.5. We know that they can score up to 76% in this Grand Prix. They've got a lot to do to make up those marks. Lovely and uphill through the passage. Super transition into the piaffe. Really fluent through those transitions. Lots and lots of eights across the board actually for the transitions. A couple of 7.5s from the piaffe. And good relaxation here in the walk. Taking a good stretch. Could show more over track for the bigger marks. But keeping that marching, keeping that activity. Have been a little clearer behind there in that piaffe. Still very, very nice. Just one step. You could see a little bit of tension. Marieke just doing a great job there of saying, no, no, everything's okay. As you were. That's really where you can see how much these horse and riders have to work together as one. Now started those two-time changes very early and therefore finished them very early. So the judges want to see the middle change over X. So it's much more symmetrical on that line. It really is about how you present each movement. You don't want to be throwing any marks away. Lovely sideways steps here in the counter zigzag in the half pass. Pretty well balanced. Maybe just have had a little more self-carriage. And again there, the same in the one-time changes, finish them very, very early. They're quite short changes, and so really trying to get as much ground cover out of them as possible and placing them well on the diagonal is really going to help. He needs to think about keeping the jump in these canter pirouettes. Yeah, slightly better this time. Keep it, keep it. Yeah. Better there in the pirouette to the right. Now look at that, she's jumped up to 70%. Started on 61 after a few mistakes at the beginning. Done incredibly well to make it up by over 9%. Keep that regularity. Keep that softness. Lovely transition. Better lift behind in this piaffe. Yeah, lovely transitions. Really, really good steps. And a nice halt to finish for Marieke van der Putten and Torvaletten's Titanium RS2 NOP. Representing the Netherlands. Such a pity about those mistakes right at the beginning. Started with 5s and 6s and then had the loss of balance in the first extended trot with 4s, and then unfortunately had the mistake into the halt and rein back. So 3 quite big mistakes, and yet she still managed to claw it back to over 70%. And that is mostly because of that piaffe passage. So, so beautiful. Really lovely and fluent. At times today could have just done with a little more self-carriage. But generally a really nice combination. Lots and lots to like. Really well managed by Marieke. I think that shows her riding ability so well. 71.304 and into 5th place, 71% from all 5 judges. So now staying with the Netherlands, it is Marlies van Baalen and her BB-DVB. The 13-year-old KWPN gelding by Blue Horse Don Choufreau. A partnership from the 2023 European Championships. They finished 25th in the Grand Prix with 71.5, 17th in the special with 73.5, and 15th in the freestyle with 78.8. This season they've competed in the Stuttgart qualifier, finishing 9th both days with 68.6 and 74.9. They then headed to Mechelen, finishing 12th in the Grand Prix with 68.3 and 11th in the freestyle with 74.9. So, for the Netherlands, it is Marlies van Baalen and Habibi DVB. Marlies competed her other ride Go Legend and finished 20th in the Grand Prix and Special at the Tokyo Olympics a few years ago. Very impressive horse with plenty of expression. Just needs to watch the balance through these half passes. Sometimes the weight just went a little bit onto the shoulders, but they managed to get some good sideways steps. better uphill balance through the extended trot. And that's maintained into this passage. Keep the regularity. Really on the spot there in the Piaffe. Just got a little bit high behind. Straight away into good relaxation in the walk. Taking a nice stretch. Just show a bit more ground cover for the bigger marks, but a really nice stretch down and out in the contact. I think the judges would just like to see a little bit more ground cover. Picked up 6s and a couple of 6.5s. Just needs to be careful of the rhythm here in the collected walk. Needs to watch the regularity through the Piaffe there. The left hind leg was just coming a little bit higher than the right hind. Just needs to keep that much more even and regular. Good clean 2-time changes. Really nice and straight and forward, using the whole diagonal nicely. Oh, and a good risk taken in the extended canter. I think he enjoyed that. Much smaller changes in the line of 1-time changes. Just got a little bit tight in the back in that line and finished them very early. Quite a stark contrast from the 2s. Keep the jump. Yeah, lost the bend through the body there in the canter pirouette and got very straight. Needs to keep much more bend, and then that would enable the jump to come through. So the final centre line now for Marlies van Baalen and her BBDVB. Keep the regularity. Just loses a little bit of the fluency through the transitions and into the Piaffe. But a lovely halt to finish for Marlies van Baalen and her BBDVB NOP. representing the Netherlands. Lots of combinations coming through from the home country today. Some nice work through this test, an established pair. At times could have seen better balance today and a bit more fluency, especially in the Piaffe Passage. Really super in the two-time changes. They were a real highlight, as well as this extended canter. Plenty of power from this horse. Sometimes you'd like to see a little bit more collection and balance. And the score is in. It's 70.935. That goes into 6th place. Scores ranging from 69.348 up to 72.935. Camille, Judet, Chéret and Aurelia Higgins now for France. The 13-year-old KWPN gelding by Johnson. Heading here off the back of their results in Mechlin. They finished 9th in the Grand Prix with 70% and 8th in the freestyle with 76.2. Just 0.06% off their PB. They had a double win in Leeuwarden CDI 3-star in October with 70.4 in the Grand Prix and their PB in the freestyle. 2024 saw them with some great podium finishes. She also had a horse at the World Young Breeding Championships, Emoji Jed SI, finishing 5th with 89.2. So entering now for France, Camille, Judet, Chéret and Aurelia Higgins. Very light-footed gelding. Tracking up well there in the extended trot, but just slightly unsteady to the contact. You could see him just creeping behind the bit a little bit and opening the mouth. Fairly nice positioning in the half pass. Really nice reach. Again, we'd just like to see a little bit more acceptance and suppleness to the bit. Needed to establish the halt for longer. You'd like to see a few seconds, 3 seconds ideally really in the halt. She was immediately into the rein back. Good regularity so far in the passage. Bit of resistance there and going into the Piaffe. It actually started quite nicely. Nice stretch in the extended walk. Tracking up. Again, could just see more relaxation and more suppleness over the back. Again, there the collective walk just looking a little bit tight. Just not really relaxing in the arena today, unfortunately. Camille doing as good a job as she can, allowing that Piaffe to travel forward to hopefully not meet the resistance that she met the first time. Much better. Again, you want to see that softness and that relaxation coming through. Better contact here in the canter. And pretty nice to the two-time changes. Again, could be more supple, could be more uphill and over the back, but they were all correct, they were all clean. She used the whole of the diagonal line. And same here in the canter zigzag. You'd like to see more suppleness over the back, a little bit more bend. But the horse is definitely still in the mouth now in the canter work. And really listening to his rider. Think about the half halt. Think about the sitting. Keep the jump. Yeah. 7s and a 7.5. Again, you'd like to see more softness, more bend, more self-carriage. Oh, a little bit big there. So coming down for their final centre line. Nice regularity here in the passage. Just be stiller in the mouth. And again, she's just allowing him to go a little bit forward in the Piaffe. Just to try and keep him as relaxed as possible and give him the confidence in this big atmosphere. Camille, Judet, Chéret and Helena Higgins representing France. Unfortunately, too much tension today. Stopped those bigger marks coming through. We know they can score over 70%. It was a mistake-free test, but some problems with the contact. And he just didn't really let go over the back today. Would have liked to have seen much more relaxation, much more suppleness. But a really lovely, light-footed horse. You can see that he has lots of talent, lots of potential. And they clearly have a good partnership. Lovely in the tempi changes. And once that relaxation and that suppleness comes in, they can really, really show what talent they have, that's for sure. A really elegant combination. It is 66.478% for Camille. And that puts them into 11th place so far. 6 riders left to go. So we are heading into another break now for around 30 minutes before we're joined by our top 6 in the final part of this competition. Here are the current standings. Nanna's still out in the lead with Blue Horse Donna Limbro for Denmark, 74.37. Dinja van Liere jumps into second, though, with Hartsuka for the Netherlands, 73.652. And Hans-Peter Minderhoud, our first to go for the Netherlands, currently still sitting in third place, 72.565. There are top 3 to beat. Patrik Kittel there in fourth, Marieke van der Putten fifth, Marlies van Baalen sixth, Borja Carrascosa seventh, Thamar Zweistra eighth, Isabel Cool ninth. So join us back. Our next competitor is coming into the arena at 12:29 UK time, 1:29 local time. Hello and welcome back to the third and final part of this leg 8 of the Western European League World Cup qualifiers here in Amsterdam. 6 competitors left to go. 12 have been already in what has already been a very, very exciting competition. Still all to play for though. As I say, 6 combinations left to go, and actually the 6 top ranked combinations in this class. So expect to see some changes to the leaderboard. Crowds are building back up. Don't forget you can judge along with our spectator judging by downloading the app. Some other promotions that we've got on Clip My Horse this week. Doha Tour Week for the show jumping starts on the 23rd to the 25th of January. CSI 4-star in Abu Dhabi International Show Jumping event starts on the 24th. And the Met Tour 2025 is starting on the 28th of January. So lots of show jumping on the Clip My Horse channel. KWPN Stallion Show here in the Netherlands also starting on the 29th. Here are the current standings so far. Nanna Skodborg Merrald out in the lead for Denmark with 74.37. Dinja van Liere for the Netherlands on 73.652, and Hans-Peter Minderhoud currently sitting in third. Here are the remaining starters: Domien Michiels, Maria von Essen, Isabell Werth, Charlotte Fry, Becky Moody and Ingrid Klimke, all left to come. You can see their rankings there. We have world number 1 and 3. So, starting us off in this third and final part, Domien Michiels and Intermezzo van Het Middelhof, the 17-year-old Belgian warm blood gelding. A very established partnership. They competed at the Tokyo Olympics, the Hagen Europeans, the Herning World Championships, the Reisenbeck Europeans, and most recently the Paris Olympics. In Paris, they finished 22nd in the Grand Prix with 72.5, their Grand Prix personal best. They then went on to finish 17th in the special with 72.3. So Domien Michiels and Intermezzo van Het Middelhof for Belgium. This is their second World Cup qualifier. They competed on home soil at the Mechelen qualifier just after Christmas, finishing 7th in the Grand Prix with 71.3 and 6th in the freestyle with 77.3. A nice start so far. Really nice in the frame. Could just have had a little more over track in the extension. Positioning into the half pass, nice crossing. It's just a little bit early today. It was a bit early to X, a bit early there to C. Could have had a bit more lift and fluency in the piaffe. Just a bit of the impulsion out, but nicely on the spot. This horse has such great relaxation in the arena. You can really see their partnership and harmony as they work together. Fairly nice through the walk again, great relaxation. Keeping a clear rhythm. Just have had a bit more activity in the collective walk, but a nice pick up into the passage. And again there, just needed a bit more activity, a bit more energy in the piaffe, and that affected then the fluency coming out back into the passage, but really lovely regularity there in the passage and a nice pick up into the canter. Beautifully straight in these two-time tempi changes, keeping the uphill tendency, using the diagonal line, very fluent. Just take a bit more risk. I think everything today from this combination just feels a little bit reserved. I think it could be a little bit more forward, carry a bit more energy into the work for those bigger marks. But they're certainly not throwing any marks away. Everything is very correct. As I said earlier, everything is very relaxed. You can see their clear bend through these half passes. Lovely into these one-time changes. Again, beautifully straight. Lovely harmony between the two, 7.5s and 7s from the judges. Nice preparation. Keeping the bend through the body in the canter pirouette there. Yeah, lovely preparation. Really well set up. Everything just looks so poised, so controlled, so thought out and well executed. Again, just like to see a little bit more lift, a little bit more energy. Nice smooth transition into the piaffe. Really lovely, harmonious test there from Domien Michiels and Intermezzo van Het Middelhof. A lovely test from this combination. super fluent, super harmonious. Just for me today, I feel like it just needed a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more energy coming through. But maybe he's saving that for us all tomorrow for the freestyle. A really, really well presented test. Very, very precise, very elegant. Could just be a little bit more elastic, but what an obedient horse. Mistake-free, fluent. Just at times could have had more fluency in the transition coming out of the passage, but really nice balance, super through the canter pirouettes, nice through the lines of changes. A really well-ridden test there by Domien. And it's a 70.739% test there. Scores ranging from 69.565 up to 71.196. That's enough to put him into 7th place. Next up, another combination for Sweden. It is Maria von Essen and Invoice, the 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Jazz. Maria and Invoice have had an incredible season, having never dropped below 70%. They had great results last time out in the top 10 competition in Stockholm, CDI 5-star, finishing 5th in both the Grand Prix and freestyle with 73.1 and their new PB in the freestyle of 80.8. This is their second World Cup qualifier this season after they competed back in leg 1 in Herning. The Grand Prix saw them in 7th with 72, and in the freestyle it had them on the podium in 3rd with 79.7. They're a combination that have made huge progress in a short space of time. I can't wait to see what this year holds for them. So for Sweden, Maria von Essen and Invoice. Another super elegant partnership. Really light-footed horse. Super bend here in the half pass. Really nice crossing. Keeping that uphill tendency. Better halt there at sea. Nice and accurate on the marker. And fairly nice steps in the rein back. Wasn't rushed. Could have just been maybe a little more uphill for the 7s and 8s. Keep the energy. Yeah, well ridden there from Maria. Could just have done with a little bit more spring, for the 8s, but 4 7.5s and a 7. Again, another combination that just shows such lovely harmony. You can really see them working together as such a great partnership. Lovely relaxation. Very correct in the walk, not the biggest ground cover. Super up into the passage. Good there in the rhythm and keeping the fluency in the transitions. Some 8s coming through now. Nice into the 2s. Oh, that's a real shame. Broke to trot there in the extended canter. Anything from a 2 to a 4.5. Had mistakes in the break and then in the change as well. That's such a pity. Dropped them by a couple of percent. Good one-time changes. Yeah, well ridden. So keep that jump it coming from behind in the canter. Again, a little bit like the previous horse. I just feel like they could have a bit more energy in this canter today. Lovely control through the canter pirouette. Really nice positioning. Well placed, well centered. Second one there could have just done with maybe a little more bend. So the final centre line now for Maria von Essen and Invoice. Stayed in such a beautiful frame throughout the test. Lovely transition into the Piaffe. Yeah, super. Really nice fluency down the centre line. No breaks in the rhythm, everything just ticking along perfectly. That's it from Maria von Essen and Invoice for Sweden. Such a pity about the mistake in the extended canter today. Really dropping their mark down, but actually they've managed to claw back some marks, especially with that final centre line. I think they would have been up there near their personal best if that hadn't have happened. Such lovely harmony between the two of them. Such a lovely, elegant horse. Just stays in such a beautiful, soft frame throughout. Really, really well trained. You can just see how well they work together as a partnership. So harmonious. Unfortunately today, as I said, that mistake in the, well, two mistakes actually in the extended canter. And today I just felt like the canter could have done with generally a little bit more jump. But let's see what they have to offer tomorrow in the freestyle. It is a 71.565, and that puts them into 5th place. The score's very consistent, ranging from 70.652 up to 72.065. So now we move on to Isabell Werth from Germany and DSP Quantas, 15-year-old gelding by quarterback. Isabel needs little introduction. She has been the World Cup title holder 5 times. She has a whopping 38 gold medals from 7 Olympics, 7 Worlds and 16 European Championships under her belt. This pair competed together at the 2023 Europeans and finished 7th in the Grand Prix, 6th in the Special and 5th in the Freestyle with 88.4. Isabel is a regular on the World Cup circuit. She finished top of the standings last year after she competed this horse in Amsterdam and Stellenbosch. And then at the finals in Riyadh, they were 4th in the Grand Prix and 3rd in the Freestyle. This is their 3rd World Cup qualifier this season after competing in Lyon, where they had a double win with 76.4 and 84.7. And then just a couple of weeks ago in Basel, where again they had a double win with 76.2 and 85.7. So for Germany, Isabell Werth and DSP Quantas. She's currently top of the leaderboard in the World Cup standings with 60 points after her wins in Lyon, Basel and Stuttgart. Pretty nice start to this test. Nice positioning in the half passes, good crossing. Could just be stiller in the contact there. Not quite square in the halt, but a good immobility. Needed a bit more lift in the steps and the rein back. Nice fluent transitions. Could just have had a bit more sitting in the Piaffe for the 8s and 9s. Still picked up lots of 7.5s. Super fluent transitions. I'd like to see a bit more ground cover from the walk. But really lovely in the stretch, great relaxation. Isabel rides this walk so well because we all know that Quantas's walk is a little bit fragile. She really does get every mark that she can out of every single test in every horse that she rides. She hasn't won 38 gold medals for nothing, hey? Super on the spot in the Piaf. Huge flying changes, really big and ground covering in those twos. First one, unfortunately, was a little bit short behind, so that has pulled her down. A couple of 7.5s, but also a 6. Really good risk taken, though, in the extended canter. Again, Isabel's just so good at using those corners to prepare and set up the next movement. Good through the canter zigzag. Really nice through the bend. Oh no, mistakes in the ones as well. Oh, that's going to be pretty expensive. Yeah, 4s, 4.5s and 5s. Need to watch the balance there in that second canter pirouette. So the final centre line now for Isabel and DSP Contaz. Yeah, nice fluency in the transition. And there we have it, a square halt to finish for Isabell Werth and DSP Contaz for Germany. Probably not the test that she wanted today. A few mistakes creeping in. As we watch back on the highlights now, you could see from the beginning that he just wasn't quite settled in the contact through those half passes and extended trots. And he just wasn't quite where he was in Basel a few weeks ago, where he was on absolute fine form. They're certainly not going to get a double win, but she will be back fighting for more tomorrow in the freestyle, that is for sure. Some really lovely moments, especially on that final centre line. But really good riding as usual from Isabel. And it is a 74.109, putting her into second place. Scores ranging from 73.478 up to 74.783%. Next up, we have our first combination for Great Britain. It is Charlotte Fry and Glamourdale, 14-year-old KWPN stallion by Lord Leatherdale. A pair that need little introduction, are double world champions from 2022, bronze and silver medalists from the Europeans in 2023, and double bronze medalists from Paris last year. They headed into Paris unbeaten from competing in Aachen in May and July, scoring over 78% in the Grand Prix and 80% in both specials. In Paris, they were fourth in the Grand Prix with 78.9, fourth in the special with 79.4, helping GB pick up team bronze, and jumped up to bronze individually in the freestyle with 88.97. Since then, they competed at the London International Horse Show in front of a passionate home crowd, third in the Grand Prix, and won the freestyle. It is Charlotte Fry for Great Britain and Glamourdale. A wonderful start, already on nines for that first centre line. Lovely in the frame there in the extended trot. This horse so beautifully, naturally uphill. She said after London that some of that test was the best he's ever felt. Stunning half pass. Really lovely in the frame. Again, beautifully uphill, lovely reach. Just super balance and fluency. Oh, super halt. Just fiddled a little bit, unfortunately. And lost a bit of the straightness there in the rein back. Lift and regularity in this passage. Yeah, well ridden there in the Piaffe. You could just see at the beginning that he was coming back and she allowed him forward to keep that energy. Great relaxation. Could have a little more ground cover, but super stretching. Just really able to take that contact down and out and really walk over his back. Their personal best in the Grand Prix, 81.258. Keep it coming forward. Yeah, just needed to keep the balance. Just one step where he just slightly came behind and wasn't entirely thinking forward, and I mean just one step. This is where he really picks up the marks. Huge two-time changes. The 10s are coming. Yeah, I mean, uphill, just amazing. 3 9s, 2 10s. That must feel unbelievable to Lottie. Super balanced through the zigzag. Oh, just one change where he was a little bit short behind. Yeah, so some 5s. Well, anything between a 5 and a 7 for those ones. Keep the jump through the canter pirouette. Yeah, that was where it went wrong at London International Horse Show. So much better today. Keep the jump. Keep it coming. Lost a little bit of the bend through the pirouette to the right there. Super in this passage. Keep the regularity. Good. Keep it coming. Just lost a little bit of the rhythm coming into the piaffe. Yeah, better. Yeah, well ridden, Lottie. There we have it, Charlotte Fry and Glamourdale for Great Britain. Lottie based here in the Netherlands. This is pretty much a home competition for her. What a test. Absolutely beautiful. Of course, unfortunately, they had that little mistake in the one-time changes, which cost them, pull them down with 5s and 6s. But I have to say, I think this is some of the best work I've seen from this combination, especially in the trot. The improvement has been amazing, and it's just so great to see these combinations that have already been so hugely successful keep on improving. And she said at London International that it was the best he'd ever felt, and wow, what a test. 79.5%, and she goes into the lead. Look at those scores ranging from 77.391 up to 82.283. So we move on now to our second combination from Great Britain. It is Becky Moody and Jägerbomb, an 11-year-old KWPN gelding by Dandy Valtino OLD. This pair shot to stardom last year when they were called up to the British team last minute for the Paris Olympic Games and delivered the most incredible results. They finished 3rd in the Grand Prix and helped Team GB win Team Bronze with 74.9 and 8th in both the special and freestyle, with PBs of 76.4 and 84.3. Their last outing was the London International Horse Show, where they had an amazing win in the Grand Prix with their new PB of 76.696. They then debuted their new freestyle routine and music. Unfortunately, had a little mistake at the beginning. It left them in 4th place, but despite that, they still had an amazing ride and finished with an amazing 80.16. So for Great Britain now, Becky Moody and Jägerbomb. Nice start for Becky. Jägerbomb loves an atmosphere. He loves a crowd and really rises to it. Lovely there in the half pass, really fluent. Super crossing, super cadence. Especially nice there to the left. 2 square halts as well so far. They stay in such a lovely soft frame as well. Nice fluent transitions. Just had a little bit of travelling through the piaffe, but managed to keep the activity. Just show a bit more ground cover there, but super relaxation. Keeping the march, keeping the walk rhythm. For the 7.5s and 8s, you'd want to see more ground cover, more over track in the walk. Nice here though in the collected walk. Yeah, she's able to get the piaffe there a little more on the spot. Super transitions again. Lovely and forward in this canter. Great jump in these tempi changes. Nice. Yeah, showing a good clear difference. Risk taken. 8s and then 8.5. Think about the balance through this canter zigzag. Lovely, really well ridden by Becky. Super sideways again, staying nice and supple over the back. Super 1-times. Lovely. Really nice clear bend, well centered, keeping the jump in the canter. Yeah, very well ridden. A 9 from one of our judges for the pirouette to the right. Yeah, 2 9s in fact, actually, for the pirouette right. They are so close to their PB. They just keep getting better and better each time out. They grow in confidence every time they come into these whiteboards, and they keep delivering the goods. Such a consistent partnership. Such wonderful harmony between the two. They are an absolute pleasure to watch. There we have it for Becky Moody and Jägerbomb. What a test for this combination. It got better and better as the test went on. That last section of Piaf Passage down the centre line was super. Bomb, as is known to his friends, loves a crowd. He really rises to the occasion, and he's still only 11 this year. So much more to come from them. Some real highlights in this test, but just such beautiful riding from Becky, such precise riding, so well balanced, beautiful harmony between the two of them, lovely frame that just doesn't change no matter what she does, great relaxation in the test. They just work so well together. They were meant for each other. And it's a new PB, 77.087 into second place, scores ranging from 76.196 up to 78.37%. So it's a Great Britain 1 and 2 now, with one combination left to go. It is Ingrid Klimke and Veyron NRW. What a combination. This lady is phenomenal. An equestrian legend, voted Peden Bloodstock FEI Best Athlete in 2019 and 2020 for good reason. She's won 10 golds, 4 silvers and 2 bronze medals during her eventing career, but also, like her father, competes at international dressage. Although this is a very new combination, this horse has had enormous success with his previous rider, Daniel Bachman Andersen. He was Daniel's Paris Olympic ride last year, where he helped Denmark pick up Team Silver and finished 7th in the freestyle with 84.8. They also helped Denmark win Team Bronze at the 2023 Europeans. Ingrid took the ride immediately after Daniel and Veyron finished second at the first leg back in Herning in October, and since competed at the Kronenberg CDI 3-star together, where they made their debut to win the Grand Prix with 73.6 and finished 4th in the special with 71.1. So excited to see this combination together. So for Germany, it is Ingrid Klimke and Veyron NRW. What a halt. It doesn't get much more accurate than that. Now this is a big, powerful horse. He has so much expression. Some amazing strides in the extended trot. I just feel like they could have lengthened the frame a little bit more there. What a half pass. Look at that reach. Really good through the bend. She is the queen of halts, isn't she? I'm not sure I've seen many halts of Ingrid's that are not pretty perfect. It's unbelievable to think that she first rode this horse back in October, so literally just a few months ago, and they're already out competing at this level and trending on 79%. Just needed a little bit more sitting in the piaffe. Nice steps in the extended walk, really clear stretching, good relaxation, but keeping the activity and the march in the walk. What a difference for this horse. Like, Daniel is a very, very tall man. Just needs to watch the rhythm there in the walk. Yeah, Daniel is a very, very tall man and knows this horse incredibly well. And Ingrid is fairly petite. Ah, that's a shame. Just a little misunderstanding there as they came up into the canter. Just a couple of changing. Lovely. Well ridden from Ingrid. Lovely through the bend. Really super positioning in this canter zigzag. Ooh. A little bit early there to the change. Not quite in balance there towards the end. Yeah, 5s and 5.5s because of that. And this is just still them getting to know each other. Of course there's going to be mistakes. It's so early on in their partnership. But what a start this is. Just keep the jump. Make sure that it's not climbing around the pirouette there. Such a big horse to get around those pirouettes. Just needs to watch the balance through those canter pirouettes. But again, it's all still to come. Maintaining that energy throughout this entire Grand Prix. So much cadence through the passage. The combination best, 73.609. Trending around that now. Just stepped back into that final halt. But it did end up square for Ingrid Klimke and Veyron NRW. What a partnership to look out for this year. Already showing so much promise. I mean, trending on 79% at the beginning of that test is just unbelievable. So much to like there, especially through the trot work. Pity about some miscommunication in the canter today, but my goodness, so many nines. Lost some marks with the rein back today. And of course, just those few mistakes. One in the canter pickup and in the canter pirouettes today. But a really, really super horse, a super rider. They just need to work together a little bit more, get to know each other, get that understanding. Let's just start 73.326%, and that puts them into 6th place. Marks ranging from 72.283 up to 74.022. And they were our final combination to go. 18 combinations in this Grand Prix. And we had our top-ranked riders right at the end. But it was Charlotte Fry and Glamourdale to come out on top for Great Britain, 79.5. Becky Moody and Jägerbomb in second, 77.087. And Nanna Skodborg Merrald, she was in the first section, but she comes out third, 74.37. Isabell Werth in fourth. And there you can see further down the leaderboard, Marieke van der Putten in 10th, Marlies van Baalen, Domien Michiels, Borja Carrascosa, Thamar Zweistra and Isabel Cool, all making it through to the freestyle with over 69%. So make sure you tune in to FEI TV tomorrow for that freestyle class. How exciting is that going to be as we watch back now on some of the highlights from our winning combination. So we're setting up now for the prize giving. A super speedy team. So we'll welcome the top 8 in for their lap of honour. And then the top 3 will come in for their prizes. Fantastic competition here in Amsterdam. Lots more going on throughout the rest of the weekend. Tomorrow we have the KNHS Para Dressage Trophy tomorrow morning. Then the Under 25 FEI Grand Prix Freestyle to Music. And then, of course, the FEI Dressage World Cup Grand Prix Freestyle. That will get underway at 12:20 local time, 11:20 if you're watching from the UK. As well as World Cup jumping. And some other show jumping classes going on this week as well. Some other great shows on Click My Horse as well and FEI TV. There's a show called Insights from Icons, Family Dynamics, featuring Martin and Thomas Fuchs. Also Inner Spirit, featuring Angelica Anguston Zanonetti and Marco Mondolo Zontello at the Agria Oslo Horse Show. And a programme called John Whittaker, Not a Normal Life, which is John's journey through time. Also, Bordeaux will be showing all of the action from there on the 6th of February to the 9th of February. Of course, this is leg 8 of 11. Next up, we will be back in Germany for Neumünster. That's on the 15th and 16th of February. Then we'll be heading to Sweden for Gothenburg on the 21st and 22nd of February. And then finally back in Holland for 's-Hertogenbosch here in the Netherlands on the 14th and 15th of March. You can catch all of the action here on FEI TV. So welcome back to the prize giving for this leg 8 here in Amsterdam, and we congratulate our top 8. It is Patrik Kittel and Forever Young HRH for Sweden, finishing in 8th place with 71.717%. In 7th, it is Hans-Peter Minderhoud and Glocks Timanu in 7th with a combination best score of 72.565%. Ingrid Klimke and Veyron NRW for Germany finished 6th with 73.326%. And in 5th, it was the Netherlands, Dinja van Liere and Hartsuka, with a score of 73.652%. And in 4th place, it is our world number 1 ranked rider, Isabell Werth and DSP Quantas for Germany, with a score of 74.109. Always such a great, passionate crowd here in Amsterdam. So now we wait for our top 3 to enter into the arena to collect their prizes. So in come our top 3, led in by Lottie Fry and her groom Richard White, with the fabulous stallion Glamourdale. What a test that was. My goodness. Absolute goosebumps. Following her in is another rider from Great Britain, massaging her way past our screens in the background there, Becky Moody and Jaeger Bomb, with a personal best score of 77.087. And there on the right of your screen, Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Donna Limbrio finishing 3rd with 74.37. And a huge congratulations to our fabulous winner, Lottie Fry and Glamourdale. A fabulous score of 79.5% as we now stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Huge congratulations to Lottie Fry and the fabulous Van Alst stallion Glamourdale. Great Britain first and second. As we welcome forward our sponsors to present the prizes today. A big thank you to Anemone. Glammy looking very relaxed there in his winning position. Bomber not looking quite so relaxed in the background. He loves a crowd, as I said earlier, and loves showing off his piaffe. And huge congratulations to our third place rider from Denmark, Nanna Skodborg and Blue Horse Donna Limbrio, 74.37%. Becky Moody scoring a personal best score to put her into second with 77.087. What a day for dressage. What a day for British dressage, actually. A Britain 1-2 in such a great crowd. What a lineup. Always such great classes here in Amsterdam. And a congratulations to Nanna Skodborg Merrald. She was in our first section today, in our first 6 riders to come in, and she held the lead right to the last minute. But it was such a fabulous test from Charlotte Fry and Glamourdale. Some of the best work I've ever seen them do. It's going to give her so much confidence coming into the freestyle tomorrow, and of course to the European Championships, which are being held in Closé in France in August later this year. So, congratulations to all of our 18 combinations today, but a special congratulations to our winner and her whole team, Charlotte Fry and Glamourdale for Great Britain, 79.5%. And Van Alst there videoing. What wonderful memories. Pretty much a home competition for Lottie, who is based out here in the Netherlands with the Van Alsts. What a team of horses she gets to ride. Then in second place, Great Britain's Becky Moody and Jägerbomb. A personal best score of 77.087. And in third place, Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Don Limbrio, 74.37%. That is us. It from us. Sorry, for today, for this Grand Prix. We will be back here on FEI TV for more action tomorrow in the Grand Prix freestyle. It starts at 12 local time, 11 if you're watching from the UK. So make sure you join in for all of the action there. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. That is it from us, and we will see you back for more action tomorrow.